welcome you to Miami, where the storm clouds have passed in the USL Championship. Sees 3 games being played tonight. This is Ricardo Silva Stadium. Tonight's match is presented by Helbiz, the Miami FC, taking on Indy 11. Mike Watts, Devin Kerr, happy to bring this rivalry to the USL Championship. Dev, here's a look at the top 7. Indy and Miami, they're 8 points off the lead, only 1 point above that red line.
Would say that there's still a lot left to be desired within these two clubs. Star-studded rosters for sure, but you take slow starts, international rotation for players, and of course injury, that the bug that has bitten both of these teams. It's been difficult for them to find any sort of consistency, and yet they still have the ability, these teams, to go deep into the well and make a run to push them into one of those top 3 spots. A lot of time between now and the end of October to get there, Mike.
All right, let's talk about Miami FC. You talk about international breaks, certainly the injuries maybe beginning to quell a little bit. Only 1 win in the last 5, though.
6 points. It reminds me of the first 5, where they had 7 points. They were 2-2-1 in that same time frame. And so I talk about the level of consistency. It is a change of system. It is a change in the head coach, Anthony Pulis. And yes, they have new talent that's been brought in. Lacking production at the number 9 spot, very consistent defensively, but it is time for them to turn it up come 25, 30 yards from net, and that's where they've lacked a little bit. You listen to Anthony Pulis, he said, we're only a couple of points back from a team like Louisville. A couple of results go our way, we're at the top of the Eastern Conference.
Meanwhile, for Indy 11, they've welcomed in one of the league's GOATs.
Hello, Solo, Solomon Asante. I'm actually gonna take the line from Greg Rakestraw when I asked him what was going on in Indy. Now, that's their play-by-play guy locally, and he said, this is simple. We got a 50-goal, 40-assist player coming in, and he's played like it so far. 3 assists in the last 3 games. He understands the system. The responsibilities have changed a little bit. We'll talk more about that in match. But all you need to know is this guy is absolutely flying come the final third for Indy 11.
All right, the Lightning is past. That means we're ready for USL Championship Soccer at Ricardo Silva Stadium in Miami. Tonight's broadcast is presented by Helbiz. Number 6, number 7 in the East, Miami and Indy. Lineups kickoff coming up.
Some people think Miami is just flamingos and palm trees.
And hell yes, we have badass sunsets.
But Miami's Little Havana,
Doral,
Little Haiti,
Hialeah,
Wynwood, Coconut Grove,
Kendall,
Calle Ocho,
Sweetwater,
Homestead,
cortaditos y coladas
empanadas y croquetas.
is so much more. This is the 305.
This is who we really are. This is what we are all about.
I am Latino.
I'm a disruptor.
I am LGBTQ.
I am a villain.
I am a mother.
I am Haitian.
I am an athlete.
I am an activist.
I am a king.
I am American dream.
I am the future.
I am
Miami
FC.
Tonight's match is presented in part by Helbiz, by Baptist Health Orthopedic Care, and by Macron. ready to go in Miami, and the fans making their way through the turnstiles and the gates after a slight delay. Mike Watts, Devin Kerr, let's get you caught up as we take a look at the team sheets for this game. We begin with Miami under Anthony Pulis, and the changes are thick and fast, 5 in total.
Yeah, the front line, the back line, and everybody in the middle in between that are affected. You can still see a fluctuation into a back four with Sion McFarland dropping in if need be. That would pull Walker and Sorto into your 2 outside mids with Murphy as the lone striker. Again, more production needed out of the 9 spot. No changes, however, for Mark Lowry and his band of boys in blue on the road, except for the goalkeeper. Tim Trilk comes in for his 2nd start of the season, coming off of what they say was the best performance by a goalkeeper in Brian Meredith to make that one change. Little interesting head nod right there.
It was a 4-3 win at Charleston for Meredith and Indy 11 tonight. They hope to stack a couple wins together, move up the Eastern Conference. Number 6 and number 7 in the East meeting up in Miami after a slight delay. Miami FC taking on Indy 11 in the first of 3 games in the championship tonight. Sam Brown overzealous. Brown's 8th start of the season. Callum Chapman-Page makes his first start of the year. Ofemu. And up from Stanley. Early ball from Murphy. Murphy's going to camp under this. Trilk does the job. He wins the free kick as well. Well, the goalkeeping position for Indy 11 has been an odd one this year, Dev. They bring in Elliot Panico from Nashville. They exchange goalkeepers, bringing in Brian Meredith. And then Tim Trilk enters the fray for a 2nd time this year. He was involved in that 2-1 loss 2 weeks ago.
They don't forget they've also got academy signing Alex Fetnoff involved in the mix too. So a lot for Mark Lowry to consider.
Ball rolled out here, Murphy off the turnover. Murphy went for the near post. I'm going to beat Trilk that way.
But within the consideration, it's always nice to have options, Mike, and that's something that in years past, Mark Lowry, of course, with El Paso Locomotive, didn't always have. I mentioned the production within the 9 spot. How about the number 9, Kyle Murphy? Nice little peel off here. That's what you want to watch just a tiny bit on the back line. Because of international duty and injury, there's a rotation that's come in. Justin Ingram has come into outside back, so it's caused this fluctuation on the back line. Jared Timmer goes to the outside marking back spot. He's normally paired on the inside next to Mishak Jerome. Instead, it'll be AJ Cochran. So you've basically got 3 center backs and 1 midfielder along the back 4.
Lamar Walker, Sorto, Trilk. Well, Miami's picking things off all over the place here at the outset.
They've been known to start quite rapid within all of their matches this season. It's going to come out to what the output overall is going to be for them. They can win the possession battle. They can create a ton of chances, although still till this day, and had this conversation about a month ago, Anthony Pulis says it's not necessarily how they're creating, Mike, it's what they're creating, the quality of it. Still would like it to be better. Doesn't care if they're producing 10, 15, 20 chances a game. If it's not a high percentage strike, he doesn't really want to see it anymore. So he's been trying to get them into more predictable situations in terms of what they're training on come game time, so that when they do progress 15, 20, 25 yards from net, they have a much better idea of how to execute as opposed to some of these half chances we've seen over the course of the season.
Ball breaks free, Brown. Outside Nicky Law. And now taken over by Sorto. Rolled ahead for Lamar Walker. The drive-by. One of the few instances where Miami felt like they did not start well was at Tulsa. It finished 0-0. Anthony Pulis telling us yesterday, really no public comment on it, didn't want it to be an excuse. But flight cancellations, delays, ultimately a bus from Dallas to Tulsa involved in a 15-hour travel day. McFarland is going to bounce out to Law. Credit he gave to Vanessa Ramos was spirited for finding a bus that could get the team from Dallas up to Tulsa. Play the game at all, but he said some of the players looked like they were a little bit delayed.
We've had similar conversations with other managers, and they've gladly stepped into the spotlight and taken credit. So I gave him a quality positive thought for the fact that he was willing to dish that off.
Law spins this out of play.
They got caught up in the debacle that was the trip back for the Tampa Bay Rowdies.
Right, the Rowdies.
They're going one way, he went like this, we went like that.
Yep. The Rowdies had to postpone their game against Louisville to Sunday as a result of that travel nightmare. Both teams trying to work through Dallas en route.
No excuses, though. He didn't say, he's like, listen, we're all professionals, and I'm telling you guys what went on, to acknowledge the fact that this is what we had to deal with, and it's a talking point for the media for sure. But we still had a job to do, and they were happy with the point.
I think most every team that's gone to Tulsa and gotten anything,
that's not an easy place to play.
No.
Yeah.
There's Anthony Pulis. He did also describe, Dev, you played, maybe you can speak to it better than I can. There was no day before match day -1 training, the walkthrough. Even just to get the legs loose, they went for a walk, but you're talking about 8:30 at night by the time they finally got to their hotel.
It was funny because he made the comment of, it's the first time in my professional career that I've ever experienced that. And my knee-jerk reaction was, wow, really?
Yeah.
But then as he kept going on and on, I sat back and went, I've never dealt with that. I never had a single situation where I didn't have some sort of activity level the day before a match. You know, some of that is the walkthrough where it's literally a walk around town. You go check out the field, you come back. Other times it's a light training session on the field that you're going to be playing on the next day. Sometimes it's at the training facility. And look, if you're not part of the team sheet and you know ahead of time, you're getting a heavy run through. But at no point in time did I ever say, oh wow, this isn't going to happen. And so that's different, right? It adds a fluctuation into a system, and more importantly, a rhythm that Miami FC is trying to establish, which disrupted things.
McFarland, Sorto, the heavy touch that Brown lays out for Timmer.
What I want to see tonight is within the midfield here, the natural movement for Miami FC, which they have flattened out into 3. No surprise there. I mentioned it could go 4.
Walker is onside. Walker the cross. Skims out the other side. Good run forward from Joshua Perez.
Leads me right into the point, Mike. It's the overload on the inside, and then how quickly can you move the ball from inside out? Florian Velo answers that question. Lamar Walker comes in. He spins off the outside back line. Now that's that space in between Jared Timmer and AJ Cochran you got to keep an eye on. When he doesn't slide over fast enough, that space is going to be readily available all night. It could be Lamar Walker, it could be Velo pushing through the levels, and also Sion McFarland coming high. On paper, the matchup heavily favors Miami FC, but to quote Anthony Pulis, he says, as you know, Dev, it doesn't always play out that way. 10 minutes in, it looks quality for the home squad.
There's Mark Lowry, first-year head coach for Indy 11. He was in Jacksonville in the NASL, and then made the move to El Paso. He's the inaugural head coach there, multiple Western Conference finals. Now trying to bring his tutelage to Indy for a group that made the Eastern Conference final a handful of years ago, falling in pretty devastating fashion to Louisville at home. We spent a lot of time the following year asking about, is this the high water mark for this current iteration of Indy 11? And we've both gotten to know Martin Rennie a little bit better. He dipped his toe in the broadcast waters, a guy with seemingly unlimited sort of things he likes to do with his life. He's a unique character. But Mark Lowry feels like the right guy at the right time here for Indy.
I would also say that any vision is going to run its course. Now, that process, Mike, could be a 10-year span, could be a 30-year span, could be a 2-year span. It just, it has a lifeline. Everything does. And, you know, it just got to the point where this probably was the right decision. Both parties at least favored it outside the box. Jeez.
Real trouble. Sorto crashing in to Tim Trilk. Sorto. Good recovery, Ofemu. Central from Velo, Walker. Lost by Jerome.
How about that moment just a few seconds ago? Christian Sorto coming up high. Very tentative from the goalkeeper. I'll tell you, he goes to reach for this thing, and let's just say he could have easily gotten himself into trouble if not for the last second touch by Christian Sorto and then off the frame itself for Tim Trilk.
All of a sudden you're asking the AR to make a huge decision as to whether or not that's inside or outside the box.
You and I saw the same thing on the weekend in the Pittsburgh-Detroit City game.
Yep.
They didn't see it. And it was a foul.
It absolutely in that instance was.
Go back to your point for a second, and the one that I started down on was with Mark Lowry coming into Indy 11, Mike. You said it feels like the right time. And though maybe the tenure with Martin Rennie and the ownership group had run its course, there is still a tremendous amount of talent here. And he didn't keep a ton, but he did keep some quality pieces sprinkled in. Obviously a couple of players that he brought over from El Paso Locomotive, Mishak Jerome, quality center back, good distribution. Ryan Rebellon. I like what he's done this year with the addition of the academy players and the success that they've had at the lower levels and now moving up into their first team. He's not shy whatsoever about bringing them into the mix. That's not an easy move. You know, Revelorio's on the bench tonight. I mentioned Warhalf earlier. You know, Diego Sanchez is in there, Alan Torres. And then you go get young talent like Aris Briggs. Pomeralt's another one. Like, we didn't see that previously. And these guys have picked up some minutes, along with, you know, seasoned vets like Nicky Law and then, you know, that guy by the name, what's his name? Oh, yeah, Solomon Asante.
Sure.
That'll work.
Wouldn't qualify him as a youth player. Intriguing, however, Dev. Diego Luna was sort of El Paso's first foray into bringing a young player along. Reporting is he's a $250,000 transfer now to Real Salt Lake. That's the kind of business that gets an owner to think, maybe we can deal with a few of the early hiccups.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what we can find here. Sorto, Femu. That eclipsed the line. Dev, you know it as well as anybody, the success at the University of Indiana. But Indiana Fire, you see players all over the place. Indy 11, from a USL Academy perspective, has lit both the boys and the girls side up completely.
Yeah, they've done well for themselves, of course, winning the inaugural USL Academy Cup. And even though there's a slow start for Indy 11, maybe a bit of a silver lining here as Mark Lowry and his boys will take a seat for a lightning delay. Second one of the night, you're welcome. And you and I will step aside as well, in theory.
That's the rumor.
We could hang out for a while and just wax poetic.
We could, and there's an element of, you know, this being our SiriusXM show all over again. This game is airing on SiriusXM FC. Surely they will find content to place here as well. We're going to step aside on both ESPN Plus and SiriusXM FC. We've gone a quarter of an hour in Miami, and Miami and Indy 11 are entering a lightning delay. Scoreless at our first intermission. o'clock in the first with a weather delay. Welcome back, everybody. Indy 11 and the Miami FC finally ready to roll after a weather delay that stretched, well, about 2 hours. 2 hours well spent here, and we're glad to welcome you back in for our broadcast here. Let's try and walk you through what occurred. We were just under 14 minutes into the game. The referees heard lightning and thunder were in the area, so the fourth official calls to the referee, tells the teams to leave the field. Didn't look so bad at first, did it? But then came sheets of rain here in Miami, pouring down on the turf surface. Even the camera ultimately went down. Evan's okay, though. And this would be a gradual clearance of the storms throughout South Florida. Finally, Dev, we're ready to go.
The good news is we had the first introduction of VAR into the USL Championship. They've actually removed 5 seconds from the clock. No, just kidding. We started at 13:48. We're back down to 13:43. Look, this was a great start for Miami FC. A couple of opportunities produced in the final third. The run by Josh Perez on the back post. Kyle Murphy, the strike missed on the near post. Anthony Pulis is saying to his guys, let's start right where we finished off. Let's be hungry, let's be direct, and let's chase this game immediately to get on the front foot. Mark Lowry will have plenty of time to say, we need to settle. Forget the travel, forget the weather, forget everything, the slow start. There is plenty of talent here. We just need everybody to be a cohesive unit, and that slow start almost cost them. But Mike, almost doesn't count. Still 0-0 approaching the 15-minute mark.
This is one of 3 games in the championship tonight. Thankfully for Mark Lowry, a dark shirt to try and obscure some of the rain coming down. All 3 games at some point have had a delay. Loudoun leads Red Bull 1-0. Birmingham and Memphis are scoreless with rain falling in Birmingham. Meanwhile, here in Miami, we're scoreless but ready to begin again. First touch out of the extended break belongs to Tim Trilk. His second start in the championship. Surely he hasn't had one quite like this. And Trilk starts square. Here we go, back underway. The USL Championship on this Wednesday night. The very poor weather evening across the east. Scoreless 14 minutes in at Ricardo Silva Stadium. How about Walker right off the bat? 20 seconds after the return, Christian Sorto. Miami was dreaming of a result like that coming out of an extended 2-hour hiatus in the locker room. A Miami FC goal powered by Helbiz.
Be big, be bold, and be direct. Just said their directivity of play benefited them in that 15-minute window. How good's this ball by Sian McFarland? Like those opening couple minutes, besides the delay, all came courtesy of Josh Perez and Christian Sorto on back post runs with the inversion. The latter comes all the way back across once again. Sorto, that high line just underneath the front 3. Beautiful ball whipped into the box, and they've got their lead.
And his first goal for the Miami FC. Miami 1, Indy 11 0. Whether that was worth the wait or not depends whether you live in Miami or Indianapolis, I suppose. Indy puts this back in play. It appears lightning should remain off the radar the remainder of the evening. But that doesn't mean there won't be a continued drizzle, if not a bit more, here in Miami. It's going to get by Velo. Ball clipped across and tapped away by McFarland. Now to Walker. Indy now 16 consecutive road games, dating back to last year without a clean sheet. But the ball across, asking some questions. Well, you described Miami in the locker room. What's Mark Lowry's thought now?
Well, his initial thought's going to be the ghosts of Christmas past that have come back to haunt them once again in the forms of the crosses into the box. It was a heavy talking point earlier on this season of where they needed to clean up most of their play. It's the exact same thing. You know, the opportunity by Kyle Murphy was direct through the middle, but the ball to Josh Perez and Christian Sordo, that other chance, came from the right side, swung to the back post. The goal comes from the exact same fashion. I mentioned that they needed to be steady coming out because they were so rattled, but it was pretty much the same thing. You know, the traditional look that you're starting to get out of Indy 11 in terms of the overall setup, it's a little different than what you saw with El Paso Locomotive. The lines tend to be a bit cleaner, flat in nature. And with the overload that Miami FC is causing right now, I understand that the sample size is very small, but having seen them this season in opening 15 minutes, bringing Josh Perez underneath, they're overloading the middle and still giving a quality representation on the wings. It's very difficult to track right now. And yet, through all of that, it's 1-0. Slow down, you're on the road. I mentioned talent a couple of times here. Just have the belief, because they showed some character within their last couple of matches. See if you can put one foot in front of the other and start to string together some passes, because they certainly haven't been able to do that.
Perez got it around Ingram. Pressure from Pino. It's had a terrific start to the season. Around the 1/3 to 1/2 point for every team in the league. 6 goals, 3 assists. McIntyre. Callum Chapman-Page. Akinyote. Stanley. Brought down Murphy.
Plans, the best value in Miami sports and entertainment are still on sale, including half-season and flex plan memberships. Visit the Football 305 booths located in North Concourse, next to Section 132 and the South Concourse for more info.
Timmer. Jerome. A little room to run for Solomon Asante. Twice a league MVP. Leaves Phoenix, arrives with Indy 11 about a month and a half into the season. Floats over Asante. Perez.
That is an area that you can look to exploit. Something that is a little bit different is the relationship on the left flank, Mike, with Christian Sorto and Josh Perez. The interchange, usually you'll see one stay wide. That's not the case. They're fluctuating back and forth. It will allow Solomon Asante and Justin Ingram to play a little 2v1 isolated against Aiden Stanley if they can spring into that space quick enough. The key question is going to be if, because of all of the speed from Miami FC and then the overload in the middle, you got to get in and out of the channel and then down into the middle to switch to the other side real quick in order to do so.
Well, there's a switch over to Jerome. Perhaps a bit surprisingly not called into the Haitian national team this Nations League window. Speedy Williams for Miami, of course, called in. Well, Trinidadian players called in for Indy 11. Law, that's intercepted. And a foul from Pino.
Still raining. I'm not sure, I was going to mention this coming in, that I've ever seen Anthony Pulis, at least in recent fashion, in a long sleeve button down, rolled up sleeves, now with a track jacket on and a hat.
Well, this isn't St. Louis's or Orlando City Bees.
New stylist in town, Mike.
Yeah. Orlando City B gave him a steady diet of polo shirts to wear. As opposed to the games played during the intermission here of about 2 hours, Marco Polo. Velo, chopped down by Arteaga. Arteaga goes into the book.
Both Arteaga and Pino have their hands full coming down underneath to help out defensively. They're trying to cut off the little 1-2 punch that is Bolu Akinyoti and Florian Velo. Seems like anybody that's floated to that central location so far for Miami FC, including the two aforementioned, have done an excellent job of helping to maintain possession and also applying enough pressure. Just frustration on the reach out by Manuel Arteaga. Player of the week. First USL Championship hat trick for Indy 11. I was astounded by that, given the players that have come through this place.
The all-time leading scorer in the league has been there. Kind of finished top 5 in the Golden Boot race the year prior. Went to Indy.
Think about that, by the way. Dane Kelly, Tyler Pasher. I mean, you remember when Suni Saad was dropping bombs here left and right a couple years ago? And yet never have they ever put 3.
I was speaking to Thomas Voldson as well. Made the move over, and it didn't really click, but talking about a guy who neared 20 goals the year prior.
It does give you an idea, though, that forward-thinking philosophy, although this team is more than capable, moving rapidly in transition. There's a top quality nature when this squad puts it on the deck, able to move it side to side. You know, it's easy to sit here and pick them apart, both good and bad. Also have to have the understanding, though we mentioned it before, you're just joining us, they are missing so many players right now due to injury and international duty. And you could just work your way through the squad, outside backs on both sides, left and right. So you basically have 3 center backs, 2 in theory playing out of position. Holding midfielder and Justin Ingram, possibly the preferred pairing next to Raul Aguilera, depending on the matchup you have in front of you, goes to outside back. I do like the look that you get with Sam Brown. He's been very impressive so far, but that flat side by side, just look at the space as you work towards the bottom of the screen, top of the 18.
Sorto, come down to Sion McFarlane. McFarlane might get a second look at this. Velo, Chapman Page, along Ofemu, now Stanley. McFarlane. Walker, furthered by Timmer. Akinyoti. Stanley kept that in, tipped out by Brown. There was a bit of a lively crowd before the rain and the lightning. That's thinned out. I'm not sure if the giveaway suddenly became the blue Miami FC rain slicker, but it may well have.
They're very good about getting out on the front foot. 5 goals in the opening 15 minutes. That's most in the USL Championship. It's not their ability to dictate the game on their own terms. It's finding a way to make sure that they're able to give a full effort through the 90. That's something that Anthony Pulis has really been keen upon. You take a look at the last 2 matches that they've had, and he said, you know, kind of a tale of 2 halves within both of them. The FC Tulsa match where good in one half, poor in the other. Same argument prior against the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. Guess what? 2 draws. Simple as that. I've said to you multiple times that I still maintain it right now. And to be clear, 12, 13 games into the season, the best performance I've seen in the entire USL Championship has been the opening 45 minutes by Miami FC at Phoenix Rising. The problem is they only got one goal, gave up a poor one before halftime, and then played quite terribly, to be honest, in the second half and lost 2-1. And so that's what he's looking for, a constant output from his team, because he knows he's capable of it. With the squad that he's put together, they just haven't been able to really complete it to the way that he'd like them to.
Law dropped it off. Walker, Law steps back in. Pino. Somehow, Arteaga, and away by Ofemu. Trilk. Arteaga will bypass Cochran and leave it out to Jerome. Slide in Walker. Into the penalty area. And a clever turn, a lot of contact. Referee instantly wags his finger, and Chapman Page having some additional words. Pino went down. He'll accept a corner for the effort.
It's a magnificent turn by Stefano Pino. Drop of that right shoulder, just spun Callan Chapman Page right round. Nice little recovery. Had weak side help from Sion McFarland to get back across. Reaching out a bit on the tail end of things. Making friends, always nice after a rain delay.
That's why whenever we have a rain delay, Devin always slide tackles me with 2 feet.
Yeah.
It's a major wake-up call. Corner, Indy 11. Won't do the job. Asante. Timmer. Came off Jerome and rolls back to Justin Ingram. He was selected by Inter Miami in the draft from Indianapolis. In some ways, this might be a little bit of a coming and a going for Justin Ingram, second-round pick for Inter. Ingram combining down the right side with Asante. Asante's delivery bounces all the way through. Solo 3 assists in 112 minutes for Mark Lowry's men.
We've got an equipment malfunction. Dev, where are the laces? What's going on?
They're out. Actually, the laces are in.
In.
The laces are in.
Technology's moving too fast. I hope there's nothing major there in that for McFarland. He really seemed hampered by it. Not sure if there's a problem there with the studs. Ingram. Aguilera. Jerome. Cochran. Asante. That won't be number 50.
Well, definitely aggressive here, but this is what you need to do. Slow and steady, step on the ball, have a ton of patience, and work inside out. Mark Lowry was keen on the fact that there's a lot of strength in the wide areas as well as through the middle. And specifically, the wingbacks. You have to find a way to bypass them and not play through. So you bring Solomon Asante in, push Justin Ingram high on the right wing. You'll see that a ton over the course of this match. As he comes through, can you find Aguilera or Sam Brown and then play through Asante or one of the nines that have dropped down in, then utilize the wings?
Chapman Page a foul. These teams entered the night ranked 6th and 7th in the USL Championships Eastern Conference. Eventually the top 7 will earn a place in the postseason. Intriguingly, at the same time as this match, Birmingham is playing Memphis. Match described as Southern Harm. That one's scoreless right now. Birmingham with a win combined with a draw here in Miami, Birmingham would jump into 6th place. It's Miami with the advantage right now. Law. Contact into Akinyoti. It takes a lot of effort to knock down Bolu Akinyoti.
An opportunity for Bolu to try and earn back the favor of Anthony Pulis in the change that has been this movement into a 3-back hybrid style system, Mike, where they as well will also push their wingback very high into the attack. Sion McFarland occupies that position tonight, comfortable dropping back in to push into a 4. It's really isolated the 2 midfielder spots. The 2 of choice recently, Florian Velo and Speedy Williams, but with Speedy Williams away with the Reggae boys, Bolu Akinyoti has taken a back seat, this time an opportunity for him to step in and maybe push himself onto the forefront of the manager's thought process.
Turned over to Walker. Velo. Short of Murphy, and Velo knocked down. Play on. Foul from Walker. Walker's going to earn a yellow for it.
Your attention, please. A yellow card has been issued to Miami FC's number 13, Lamar Walker, in the 36th minute.
Replay brought to you by Hellbiz Live. throw for McFarland in Miami. Asante. Aguilera. Out to Law. Dev, one of the great equalizers in this game is when there isn't a crowd supporting one side or the other. And once there was an over 2 hour long delay, the crowd here has dwindled. For Miami, you lose that sort of 12 man. Indy sort of gives you a little bit of life here. You can come around, kick it around, and see if you can't get a goal back.
I would also make the argument that you do gain a bit more clarity in the voice on the sideline and Anthony Pulis to pick up some of the direction being given out, which is the customary trait of the Englishman. Really good at giving directions here. That could be a card. Absolutely. A step over by Raul Aguilera. Again, with the high line that is the right side of this attack for Indy 11, even though they move a bit slower in transition than their counterparts, as they come, there has to be proper coverage. So the recognition by Raul Aguilera to come back through. A little bit late into it, Mishak Jerome turned around. He did have Sam Brown behind him, surprised that the call doesn't come.
You see on the graphic, Aguilera Jr., his dad also played professionally. He was up in Orlando in a USL precursor league, notably in '97, playing with the Orlando Sundogs. The younger Raul ended up playing for Orlando City's academy through OCB, got a couple games in MLS, and the move up to Indy and well away from his hometown of Sanford, Florida. Set piece here for Miami. The target was Callum Chapman-Page, who's arguing initially successfully and perhaps, now a goal kick.
Well, remember, he was part of the Raul Aguilera, the midfield combination that was he, Mauricio Pineda, Jack Scahan. I mean, there was plenty of talent on that 2017 UNC Tar Heels team that made it all the way to the College Cup.
Oof. Chapman-Page into the book.
There's some messages being sent right now. Arteaga and Pino are having a field day emotionally, kind of playing back and forth off the back line. They've, of course, dished out a few challenges themselves, but this time, as the 9 comes down in, just looking for hold-up play, adds an extra man to the midfield. Callum Chapman-Page doesn't like it, doesn't want to track any further. And a little how do you do.
Brown. For an Indy side looking for their second road win, just third road result of the season before they make their way to Colorado Springs and San Diego back to back. Pinged forward, came off of Pino. Walker around Timmer with A.J. Cochran. Oh, streaks through after a couple of headers. Arteaga. Ofemu rode out the challenge. Velo, Ofemu. Walker. Sorto scored the goal back in the 15th minute. Akinyoti outside. Stanley. Perez. Rolls in to Trilk.
They'll take that, though. It's a much better recovery defensively from Indy 11. 9-10 guys behind the ball, and you push to the weakest option in terms of the attacking movement coming forward, not Josh Perez himself. But it's low risk. If that strike is going to come, you've got a really rough angle, and you've got plenty of defenders in front to help out Tim Trilk. Better in possession, would say the build that is slowly making its way into this game certainly favors Indy 11. They have to be more crisp, though. Continue, one touch, two touch. Even if there's not an option immediately, go right back where you came from. Just keep the ball moving here, Mike, because right now it's strength in numbers for Miami FC. They've got too many overloads on the field. In order for Indy 11 to find success within this, they've got to pick up the tempo and keep the ball moving.
Arteaga being approached by the official. He's on a yellow card. Rolls all the way back to Trilk. Into stoppage time, one added minute. Header away from Ofemu. Cochran and Law, taken by Velo. Skips ahead Murphy. That's beyond Sorto. And that is halftime. A 2-hour delay in the middle of the first half. And Miami comes right out of that delay and grabs a goal about 24 seconds into the restart. And after a series of yellow cards and harsh tempers, both teams headed back to the locker room.
The situation can be mentally taxing for sure. I will say the response from Indy 11 after the goal, which was brilliantly worked by Miami FC from right to left. They've definitely got back into the game. Here's the chance just moments ago. Arteaga up over the top. The referee's argument here is going to be Ben Ofemu establishing a dominant position. It's subjective based upon the viewpoint. I don't mind the contact at all. It's a little weak going to ground. Other referees might give it I'm not pointing to any sort of infraction in this situation. Conversation from Lowry, continue the same. Miami FC and Anthony Pulis, quicker, faster in rotation, strength in numbers.
Miami was outstanding here at the outset, and then the rain came. But Miami able to respond after the extended hiatus. Sorto, he's the one who brought the lightning. Miami 1, Indy 0. Halftime coming up.
Welcome back, everybody. Halftime here between Miami FC and Indy 11. 1-0 lead for the hosts, courtesy of Christian Sorto and Lamar Walker in the 15th minute. This halftime is brought to you by Macron. Shop the new 305 and LA Q-Dot Macron kits at MiamiFC.com. Mike, we thought we'd switch it up a little bit here and get into the USL Championship all-time greats in the modern era dating back to 2010. Give us your top 5.
Yeah, so you have to go with the all-time leading scorer. Dane Kelly's easy. He's played for so many teams, accomplished so much, 105 goals. Forrest Lasso, you keep winning Defensive Player of the Year. At some point, you have to be considered the best defender in league history. King Kenny, no one has more assists. He won a title in Rochester. They pulled him out of the Arena League, and Bob Lilly has turned him into his chief commander. Cameron Lancaster, 25 goals. You might say, what about Haji Berry? Well, Cam's done it longer, and he's done it on title-winning teams. And, of course, for Indy 11 now, but most of his accomplishment, except for the 3 assists this year, in Phoenix. So Solo, twice an MVP, has to be there. I left out a ton of good players. It didn't feel right, but you made me pick 5. All right, Dev. This was all on SiriusXM FC earlier in the week. But we're going to talk about it anyways. Your top 5 of all time.
All right, so I share some of the same sentiments for Dane Kelly, Bernardo Forbes, and Solomon Asante. It's length of time, the quality, the systems, the coaches they've played under, and the interchangeability with and all of that. My 2 other guys, George Davis IV. Here's why. George Davis IV, 242 regular season appearances. That's first all-time. 57 goals. That's tied for 10th all-time. And we'll sprinkle in 19 assists. No matter if he was in Louisville, if he was the star in Richmond, in the 9, the 7, the 11, he did everything asked upon him, and now he's making waves at the academy level and beyond for Lou City. On and off the field, great character for that guy. Evan Newton. You can't talk about a goalkeeper that's first in saves in the USL Championship, that first in shutouts, and not include him as one of the all-time greats. You and I talk about him all the time, that he is undervalued within this league. He has been great at every single stop that he has been at. And I'll say this as well, he's been pummeled in a lot of situations, and yet every single time steps up, knocks it out of the park, and makes his team relevant defensively.
Big Newton, love to see it. Halftime here in Miami, where our least favorite player in USL Championship history is Lightning. We had it, it came, it went. Miami 1, Indy 0. Halftime is presented by Macron. It continues after these messages.
10 years in the making, a dream start for City.
Maxi Rodriguez, what a stop by Steinwasser.
And it's into the back of the net. El Paso,
far corner and it's in. What a goal. Are you watching Football Americas?
We all have goals. But let's be honest. Most of us aren't going to be professional athletes. But if your goal is to finish your degree, we can help. Come to a university that puts your goals first. Bellevue University, your partner in finishing goals.
I'm on a routine. I'm on a real thing.
So ESPN Plus is available wherever you get your apps, and right now that's what they're watching. And meanwhile, the music continues to play here. The halftime continues. Miami 1, Indy 0. Mike and Devin, here we go. Let's take a look at news and notes from around the USL Championship and beyond. Forever Proud continues throughout the month of June. Take a look at uslsoccer.com/foreverproud to see not only what the league is doing, but what your club is doing. Miami trying to stay above the playoff line here. Birmingham playing today as well. It's Memphis at the top right now. It's wild.
Who'd have thought it? I joked in our conversation the other day that Ben Pierman sent me a little text and said, wow, the day that a great win is over 901 FC. But that's what they've built there. You got to give them credit. They have a clear-cut identity, and they've been able to execute to the tune of a 5-match win streak. They are currently doing battle with Birmingham Legion. And how about Colorado Springs and San Antonio? Still 1-2 in the Western Conference. 5 points clear of third. Streaking third, I might add, in New Mexico United. They've got 4 straight victories.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from the weekend and the beginning of tonight. We were supposed to start half an hour before Loudoun and Red Bull. We're going to finish way after them. Loudoun 1, Red Bull 2-0. That Rowdy's Louisville game probably raised a couple eyebrows. Danny Cruz not too happy. Neil Collins pleased to get a win over what he still calls a benchmark.
Lou City, 4 losses in their last 5. How about Loudoun? 1-0. Nice little chip, by the way. And I give Birmingham Legion credit. I understand that they're doing battle right now with Memphis, but they themselves have started to find a little rhythm. 3 results, 2 wins in a row, and your upcoming schedule. Miami FC hosting the Tampa Bay Rowdies on the weekend. That'll be a big one. Pittsburgh Riverhounds on the road. I fluctuate to the right side of the screen, Mike, in that Detroit City-Sacramento Republic game. Sacramento Republic fighting for their lives in the sense that they've got Open Cup and USL Championship to handle at the same time. That is no easy feat, as we've seen historically.
All right, rain still pouring here in Miami. They're continuing to brush it away from the field surface. Miami a 1-0 lead over Indy, however. Halftime is presented by Macron. The second half is coming up. Is presented in part by Helbiz, by Baptist Health Orthopedic Care, and by Macron. Halftime between Miami and Indy 11. Miami's ready to go. Indy's waiting to join the equation. Otello Ba waits to enter. We'll take a look at first half highlights as we wait for Indy to make their way back. They are presented by Helbiz Live. Back when the sun was out, the second minute of play. This is Murphy.
There's a good start for Miami FC. Again, this is before the marathon that was the weather break. Good ball down into the 18, but it's the angle cut back across. Hard to get it square with his hips or even bring it all the way across his body. Instead, sends it wide. This was the better build. This is going to be very similar to the goal that you're about to see. Working the right-hand flank once again. They like the matchup against Jared Timmer, specifically the space just in behind, forcing AJ Cochran to try and slide over when they flatten things out. Remember, there's coverage there because Justin Ingram's getting high on the right-hand side, and Meshach Jerome starts to spread it thin. Head into the weather delay, 14 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours later, oh, we're going to need a bigger boat.
We did eventually get back, and less than 30 seconds after the restart, Walker knocks it across, Sorto knocks it home, 1-0.
The difference this time is that Walker is actually moving away from a central location. Ball sprayed to the backside, and it's on the deck. They went the aerial route. They couldn't win it. Justin Ingram not goal side. He's behind. Meshach Jerome doesn't hear the shout on the back shoulder. Space open, 1-0. Just before, is it a foul? You be the judge. I say no. There's not enough in it. He does get into a position on the inside shoulder. The body opens up. Referee doesn't call a foul. I like the no call. Statistically, Mike, it's a lot closer than it looks. The problem here is much of the same that we've seen for Indy 11 over the course of the season. They actually dominated probably the final 20 minutes of the half, but they have no opportunities whatsoever challenging Connor Sparrow and Miami FC.
All right, that's Othello Ba. He's coming off the bench for only the second time all season. Maybe a halftime change. And on to the second half we go in Miami. Miami FC a 1-0 lead over Indy 11. It's Perez who came off. That's a foul from the already carded Callum Chapman-Page.
You know, they both jump straight up here. You know, they're making a play on the ball. Is there actual contact on the 11 from Callum Chapman-Page? You know, the argument from manager on the sideline.
Down goes Pino. Free kick, Indy 11.
And now you got back-to-back situations. There's the foul at midfield. They get the restart. Aiden Stanley, just like Callum Chapman-Page and his manager, Anthony Pulis, they don't like the call. On another one of the strikers, it was Arteaga the first time. Now it's Pino. This is right in front of the AR. Let's go take a look at the first one. They jump straight up. Is there contact there? Hard to see. And then trying to get around the outside. I certainly don't see a foul on that one. First one, possibly. Second one, call me maybe.
Asante, header skips through to the top of the 6. Here comes Solo. Asante. Header out to Aguilera. Indy will possess the ball. And now into the attack. A little return from Pino. Pino once more. Pino from the end line. Sante was back there, and Ba puts it out. Corner deflects across. Sorto will watch this out. That's a goal kick, and we'll tell you that celebrating its 75th anniversary, Select is proud to be the official match ball supplier of the USL Championship. Choose what you play with at SelectSportAmerica.com. Select, League's choice, player's choice. Ba.
You're going to get a much different look now with Othello Ba coming on for Josh Perez. Perez and Christian Sorto. Good combination play in the first half. Either one willing to challenge the interior and still maintain a presence out on the flanks. That'll be different now, Mike. You'll see a more traditional 5-back from Miami FC. Othello Ba coming from a deeper position to get involved in that overlapping run on the left-hand side. Christian Sorto, a more advanced role up off that left-hand shoulder of Kyle Murphy. He still will have tendencies to come to the inside and try and build off of it. But you imagine most of the time when the ball's coming down into this left-hand channel on the near side, bottom of your screen, number 2 for Miami FC and Othello Ba usually be on the end of them.
Brown gave it away. Sion McFarland. Service not good enough to unlock Murphy there. Shot handled by Sparrow. Now Sparrow's had some work.
I think the kit man brings a change of clothes for the manager.
I think the manager brings a change of clothes for the manager.
Mark Lowry does.
He's on the road, I would hope so. Ball bounces outside. Miami into the final third. Murphy trying to slither out in front of Jerome. Reaching the end line now. Finds Ba. Based on the history of Anthony Pulis's wardrobe choices, well, we'll get to that in a moment, shall we? Walker wide.
It's that space once again. Mark Lowry's got to find a way to get these guys on the back line more in tune. Step off the back line by Ben Ufemu. He's not challenged quick enough with Solomon Asante maintaining that high roll. And then it's AJ Cochran and Jared Timmer left chasing right in between. Left-sided center back trying to track back in. Jared Timmer too high. And easy enough in theory for Lamar Walker to step in and try and put something on frame. You were saying?
I thought I got off the hook.
No, sir.
I imagine a stop at the team store would provide him a change of clothes. It's almost exclusively branded apparel of the team that he's coaching for. Sante brought down.
Well, that's some quality banter being dished out on the sideline with Anthony Pulis asking the referee to take a shower. That's a foul. And one of the things that you don't have the luxury of course, as a manager, is there is contact. But from his viewpoint, it doesn't look like there is. And he's just lobbying for his team.
Sorto catching Asante. You know, Dev, we spend a lot of time talking about East versus West. I think there's been a lot of questions. How would Asante assimilate to the East? We're going to get an answer to that.
So far, so good. I thought the stat coming in that I read from the guys at Indy 11, their comms team put out, Arteaga, Pino, and Solomon Asante, they've only been together coming into this match 101 minutes over 2 games. But they already have 5 goals and 4 assists together. I mean, that gives you an idea of what they're capable of. Remember, the 4 assist side, Solo bagging 3 to his name already. You and I were pretty excited for the idea that tonight might be the night for his 50th USL Championship regular season goal.
Instead, this is Arteaga. Sadly, that's a watch that's continued a bit longer than he would have hoped. 13 games at the end of last year, now 3 this year. Ironically, he scored twice in the playoff game when it mattered most against RGV.
We thought he was going to shatter the record of fastest to 50 goals held by, do you know the answer? I can give you a hint.
Sure.
Mark Briggs.
With Monarchs?
I just give you a hint. I'm not telling you who it is.
Oh. Could be in Wilmington. There's a lot of options. Douglas Martinez?
Chandler Hoffman.
I wouldn't have led with him. I would have led maybe with James O'Connor.
Fastest to 50. Haji Berry actually had the opportunity to tie it as well, but he went a little bit dormant towards the end of last season. Good run.
Wonderful run, Aguilera, and now he leaves it through. It's a terrific goal, Stefano Pino. Indy 11 level, 55 minutes in Miami.
I mentioned to you the flat line that can be for this midfield pairing, but the great thing about it is the tendency of Aguilera to pinch up. Sam Brown will come down underneath. He becomes the conductor, and then watch him go to work. If you're Raul Aguilera, beats the first, this is just individual perseverance. First player gets sat down, second one steps up, pitches around him. As the third comes through, and Callum Chapman-Page, he gets the tiniest of windows. Much like his counterpart on the other side, Ciel McFarland does not come close enough in proximity. Pino sees it. Pino finishes it. 7th on the year.
9 career goals against Indy 11. He's now bagged 7 this season. Came 55 minutes in. Miami 1, Indy 11 1. Hey, if you can't watch the match, turn on SiriusXM FC channel 157. It's North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access on Tuesday nights at 7 Eastern. Plus, you can hear live matches, including this one, the USL Championship, MLS, English Premier League, and more, all on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
It's not ready, 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 not ready.
Fourth official indicating that the sub wasn't ready yet, but it is now. Romeo Parks will enter. Christian Sorto scored in the 15th minute, comes off after bagging his first for the club.
He's replaced by number 27, Romeo Parks.
Second sub, first window for Miami.
Let's see if he changes shape here. That's my key question with Romeo Parks coming in. Usually the idea behind that is for him to play as a sort of false 9 down underneath Kyle Murphy. Give you a nice little midfield 3 with Akinyoti and Florian Velo. Although it looks like it's just going to be a straight switch at this point in time. Assume the same role that Christian Sorto did on that left flank.
Ba. Part of a banged up back line. No Ballard, no Antonelli, no Paco Craig. They do get Callum Chapman-Page back. Returned against Tulsa, played 20 minutes. Able to get the start here for and blue tonight. Rolled right to Asante. Now let's tell you the USL Championship newcomers Monterey Bay FC will welcome Western Conference frontrunners San Antonio FC to California. Don't want to miss a minute as the USL on ESPN continues Saturday, June 11th, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on ESPN Deportes. Jesus and Jose will have another turn at the wheel, and then Dev and I'll prepare for that upcoming fixture. Detroit and El Paso on the 18th on ESPN.
Midday matinees, back-to-back weeks.
In the 60th minute.
A noon and a 1 o'clock start in back-to-back weeks. Just as the schedule makers intended.
I don't think I've ever seen you in makeup that early.
It becomes twice as necessary. Parks, just a little slow to recognize, but able to burst through, taken back. Changes are in the offing for Miami again, but it's Indy into the attack. Driven ball for Parks, read by Mishak Jerome. Ba. It's beyond Parks. Ball for Pino. Law appealing for a handball. Parks. Walker. McFarland. May not be long for this game, but McFarland breaks through, seeking Murphy. Oh, wonderful. Pino from Arteaga. Handball, Walker. Here are the changes for Miami. Junior Palacios enters. He's been called upon in the back in the absence of so many key figures for Miami. Callum Chapman-Page goes a 60-minute shift after returning for 20 against Tulsa on the road.
His tired legs in those two. Chapman-Page still trying to work his way back into 90 minutes match fitness. Also sitting on a yellow card, just picked up prior to halftime in the 41st minute. The way that they're attacking, that's where the goal comes from. Heavy hearts and legs on that right-hand side, add reinforcements. Again, it's some of the versatility that Anthony Pulis has been able to instill within this squad. Additions like Mark Segbers and the retention of players like Junior Palacios and Callum Chapman-Page that allows you to pivot in and out of that 3-4 on the back line.
Segbers for McFarland and Palacios for Chapman-Page. The changes in summary. Referee looked in on that for a moment. Sides level on points, 6th and 7th In the Eastern Conference, the cut line is at 7. 3 huge points. Walker. Right now they'd share it. Comes over to Ba with the help of an Indy Karam. Velo. Pushed ahead. Walker. Wonderful little dish. Segbers toward the penalty spot, and Ingram read it. Miami's starting to make their way upfield with a little more volition. Ba. Floats, back post. Cochran as far as Velo. Ricocheted into the ground and handled by Trilk.
The good news is defensively, it's started to lock itself down for Indy 11 because Justin Ingram and Raul Aguilera specifically have started to pick up the secondary runs coming through the midfield. The inversion of the outside back to add 3 into the mix centrally, and Raul Aguilera to drop in on the left-hand side in that space that I talked about between Jared Timmer and A.J. Cochran. Within it, it has allowed Miami FC to get on the ball a bit more centrally. They haven't been overly productive out on the wings, though. That's where the bread and butter comes from. Mark Lowry knows it, so does Anthony Pulis. I joked coming in. The tendencies, there's not too many secrets between these two, is there?
They've known each other really since... Whoa, Asante! Waved over by Sparrow.
Mark Lowry does get great hold-up play from his 9s up top. Doesn't matter if it's Pino or Ardiaga. Look at it. You wait for the pocket to collapse. Ofemu, Palacios, pressure on the backside. Akinyoti chasing, loses the mark, and as Solomon Asante comes in, this thing catches a tiny ricochet, starts to dip a little bit. Good recovery by Connor Sparrow to push it up over the bar.
Serves to the backside, header in front. On the bounce, Segbers. Appeal here for a potential head injury from the referee to stop play and bring Parks some assistance. Miami's still trying to figure out how to get the best out of the players they brought in up front. Another look at this.
Oh, there it is, right into Ben Ofemu.
If you bring in Parks and Murphy, and both have played up front, and they've got some skills that allow them to pull off that back line from time to time, and 5 combined goals between them at this stage. Murphy, of course, having a breakout season, his best with Memphis last year. And it's intriguing to sort of watch Miami figure this out a little bit offensively, because they've done it in a variety of ways this year.
Well, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, just quick math, 27 teams in the USL Championship, correct?
Yep.
There is only one team below Miami FC that is also above the playoff line in terms of goals. Miami FC has 16. Sacramento Republic has 13. Everybody else below them is below the playoff line. There's a reason for that. And it's not just the goals, it's the conversion rate overall. I mentioned to you in the first half.
Ball stabbed away.
That Anthony Pulis wants to produce higher efficient opportunities for his guys come 20 yards from goal. 2 out of 3 chances in the first half that we saw were just that. They were inside the 6. Can't really say the same for the rest of the match, can you? And that's why their conversion rate is hovering down around 15%. They're not producing enough high-quality opportunities. And so within that, you get a couple of things. Number one, there's not enough distribution into your 2 strikers that you talked about in Romeo Parks and Kyle Murphy. Parks is back on the field after the collision and head injury with Ben Ufemu. Nice to see. The other one is, Mike, 2 guys on the field that you really can't have rattled confidence. Your goalkeeper, first and foremost, and your strikers. And when your strikers get frustrated, they don't get enough balls played in, the opportunities that they do get, they start to miss. They start to go ball hunting. They take chances that they wouldn't necessarily. That chance in the first half, I can't fault Kyle Murphy for having the strike. There were other options around him, though, right? And so that frustration starts to boil over, and the next thing you know, the statistics, 5 goals coming in, what was it, 13 matches? Math checks out, 14. And all of a sudden you're looking around going, well, we need more production in the 9 spot up top.
Service whipped right at Sparrow. Walker pursuing, and he gets around to Sante. It's hugely infrequent that we see teams go the distance with 8, 9, 10, 11 goals leading the way. Maybe in the final you don't have access to that top-tier scorer. We've seen that with Louisville, no Lancaster. We've seen that with Monarchs, no Douglas Martinez.
Phoenix, no Chris Cortez.
Yeah, but usually they're there most of the way and maybe have a bit of unfortunate luck at the end of the year.
Obviously, there needs to be a balance within the 2 systems, right? You need the attacking unit and the defensive unit, and have to find a way to be relevant on both fronts. But to your point, you look over the past couple of years, I can't look at a team that I look at and go, that's a lockdown defensive squad. And yet, somehow, they find a way to score goals. It's usually the other way around. They're decent defensively, but they can fly on the offensive end.
Sparrow overcooked that. Ba. And the header back here to Stanley. You don't want to miss a minute of the action in 2022, whether your club is on the road or at home. Catch nearly every second of USL Championship action on ESPN+. It's your home to USL Championship, USL League One, MLS, La Liga, the Bundesliga, UFC, and more. Sign up today, plus.espn.com. Asante dishes to Ingram with a deflection. Ingram's cross punched away. Sparrow. Law rolls in front. That clearance more convincing, but out to Brown.
You got to give credit where it's due right now. Both Sam Brown and Raul Aguilera, they're having themselves a night. They've got complete control of their surroundings, especially over this stretch in the second half. Last 15, 20 minutes, they have owned the center of the field. Chasing all over the place. It's how quickly they're willing to put the ball on the deck and move it. Watch, 1-2 touch. If it's not there, move it the other direction. They don't waste any time in decision-making whatsoever. Raul Aguilera right now is 38 of 41, Mike, including the assist of passes this evening. Not too bad.
Contact, that's a foul from Arteaga.
It's funny how you can have such an identity if you're Mark Lowry. Oh, it's the diamond. Oh, it's the 4-4-2. You know, the 4-2-3-1, and yet they've really flattened out the shape at Indy 11 in his time here so far. Now, some of that is personnel and lack thereof at certain points in time, but you still have to find a way to be efficient. And they've certainly done that within the interior of the field tonight.
Murphy. Ba. Promising for Miami. Ba. Parks. Parks delivers over the bar.
Beautiful touch here by Othello Ba. This is off his back right heel to flick this in front of his body, just carried it forward. That was good enough. Almost impossible, given the way that the ball bounces here and the spin that was already on it from the aforementioned touch to get it on frame.
Came off of Law. Unfortunate for Indy. Parks. Bit of a jumping bean, this ball right now. Neither team can really hold on to it. Law working down the left-hand side here for Indy, and a ball floated forward. It was Pino the target. And a push from Aguilera. "75 minutes in the books, 1-1 between Miami and Indy, a 2-hour delay in this game. Goal in the 15th minute from Sorto. 55 minutes in, Stefano Pino, the answer for Indy 11. Mike Watts, Devin Kerr from Miami for the call. Palacios. Sparrow. Parks. Stanley. Ofemu. Ba kept it in to his detriment. Asante. Ba bothered by Ingram, but maintains. Parks returns. Ba angling. Ba bounces in front. Murphy! It was a gift, but one in tight quarters for Kyle Murphy.
He's got to be thinking, what does he have to do here to buy a goal? Kyle Murphy, 21 goals in 32 appearances last year. Lady Luck pokes her head out. Uncharacteristic for Meshach Jerome. And as this thing just comes out in front of him, he's still got a lot of work to do right to that bottom corner. You're right, Mike, but still you expect him to at least hit the target and force the goalkeeper to make a save. Friendly reminder, by the way, that I said uncharacteristic from Meshach Jerome. He was the one who actually lifted his foot up in that 2-1 own goal against New Mexico United in the 63rd minute a few matches back.
Well, that's the kind of match, really the kind of moment that goes viral on Twitter.
Yeah.
But to your point, so uncharacteristic. You're talking about a full international and the ball's coming back to you, and I'm not really sure he was expecting that pass. Really brutal. Social media can be quite unforgiving about those moments.
Just sucks the life out of the game as well. They played very well in that match. Definitely make the argument they were the better team. Controlled a lot.
Velo. That's out. We should tell you the USL committed to supporting the LGBTQ plus community through the Forever Proud project. The USL striving to create safe, welcoming environments for all fans, players, employees, and partners. You can learn more at uslsoccer.com/foreverproud. Captain's armband for both teams tonight. Rainbow throughout the month of June. You can see it on the bicep of A.J. Cochran, former teammate of Solomon Asante in Phoenix and leading a handful of players west to east eventually with Indy. Well, if you're Miami, you have one change left available to you. You've got Reed and Dawana. And it looks like Adonijah Reed is the likely option.
He's had the hot hand over the past couple of games, as they say.
How's Walker down, by the way? Yeah, hot hand, but it's been interesting to watch how Anthony Pulis has used him. He's been used almost exclusively as your super sub or as a rotation starter. So everyone else is trying to get this figured out. He's got 4 goal contributions in only 418 minutes.
And 3 of which have come in the last 3 matches.
Yeah.
Outside of tonight's appearances so far, as Lamar Walker looked like he had actually picked up a cramp. That's what you hope this is. And that's got to be electrolytes immediately being pumped in. Just onto that left leg. I'm sure Anthony Pulis holding his breath right now to see if the Jamaican get to the sideline, make sure he's okay. As mentioned, coming in, I actually said this to the play-by-play guy for Indy 11, Mike, and Greg Rakestraw. The biggest disappointment for me coming into this game was the fact that both squads weren't fully loaded.
Yeah.
So many players missing that we've talked about a few times because of the great opportunity that is both good and bad on international duty. Get an opportunity to represent your country. Of course, that's going to put a negative damper on your domestic team in theory. And then the injury itself, these guys at full strength, really something to watch.
So Reed enters in a hobbled Walker to the bench in the 82nd minute. There have been a good number of matchups, some of which never occurred because of COVID issues and others hampered by COVID issues along the way this year. Then the injuries in what's a little more of a normal season, more travel, more games, the return of the Open Cup, and then you tack on international duty with over 40 championship players representing their countries, including throughout CONCACAF. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of a hit. We've lost a lot of really good matchups. Oh, wonderful. Law got the shot away, and Sparrow got up to deny it. Such intricate passing that started through Asante, worked through Aguilera, and ended with Law.
And look at Nicky Law coming all the way to the near touchline, though. The overloads that I talked about for Miami FC finally in the second half starting to make way for Indy 11. There's a high movement from Solomon Asante, the little pinch back in. Nice little back heel, and then all of a sudden Nicky Law, the recipient of some beautiful vision by the midfielder. Where do you see these two in your mind?
Birmingham is charging right now. Not entirely sure that game ever even got off the ground.
They're playing, they're at halftime.
Header down in front. There is contact, but not enough for the referee to pay it too much mind. They are at halftime. Memphis, they're past that now. They've moved ahead. Scoreless in that game. See it on ESPN Plus as well. This may be a big night of nothing ventured, nothing gained at the top and at the playoff line. 6, 7, 8, all playing at the same time right now, all hampered by weather delays, and all on level terms. Indy and Miami just a point ahead of Birmingham. And then Memphis has a chance here if they hold on to a point to be 2 points ahead of Louisville City, top the Eastern Conference. Short answer to your question, FC Tulsa, if they get on a run, I'm not entirely counting them out. Birmingham, I think, is a real menace. If they get going, we've heard some whispers that it just felt disconnected around the league, and yet it seems like they're starting to get some positive results. I think it's a 9-horse race for 7 spots, and in reality, I think 5 of those spots are more or less assured. Asante. Follow.
You're a bit more generous than I. I just, if we talk right now, Mike, I only see the 8. I mean, I'm only removing 1, but that's a nice little exchange on the far side. I'm just removing the 1 in FC Tulsa. Again, we're talking right now. If I had to make a decision, I do feel that they possess a ton of quality. But to your point, Birmingham Legion starting to figure some things out. That's a massive result for them on the road at Phoenix Rising, regardless of how Phoenix is playing right now.
You're talking teams between 13 and 14 primarily. Hartford's only played 11 games played. You're not even at the halfway point.
No, that's what I'm saying right now.
When you're 6 points out, it feels like a mountain right now. But a long way to go. We'll step back by Reed. And up to Ba. Ba curling. Well, for Trilk, he nearly trifled with the wrong goal scorer. Rebellion's coming on for Indy with 4 minutes and stoppage time to go.
There's just enough done on this ball whipped into the box by Tim Trilk to cloud the vision of Kyle Murphy. Good build-up by Miami FC and an excellent run by Murphy on the back post, but he just couldn't see it. That 6'2" frame, arm extended out in front of the striker. Get a real good look at what he's viewing. He's also got AJ Cochran in his way as well. You're having a season where it seems like nothing's going your way, even when something falls on the doorstep to you. The ricochet off. Head down. You got to feel for Kyle Murphy. It's certainly not the season that was 2021.
Rebellon for Aguilera, the change there in the 86th into 87th minute. Murphy lost his footing, comes back to Trilk. For Murphy, is that systematic or just out of form?
No, I would say it's a combination of things. One, most importantly, it's out of form. I talked about the confidence earlier, Mike. These guys get rattled and you just sort of start to feel like it's never going to come. That the ball is, it's not going to bounce your way. The perfect strike's not going to be there. Even the simple sitters, you know, they just don't fall for you. And then you question your own judgment. It's never about character for any of these guys. You know, they're recruited and brought in because of the fact that they're good locker room players and they have the ability to pull themselves out of tough spots. You know, Kyle Murphy's never been in this situation before. People are going to say, well, what do you mean? He's never been the #1 choice overall for a goal scorer that's putting up 15, 20 goals a season. It's not to say he's not talented. I actually thought coming into the 901 FC season last year was a great pickup for them and thought maybe he could eclipse the 10-goal mark, get somewhere between 10 and 15, and he more than doubled that. But the expectation was there based upon previous experience with him at his alternate stops, at Loudoun, at RGV. Probably wasn't given enough of a chance, and so all of a sudden he's given a chance. Everything just seems to go right. Strikers get on those streaks. There have been plenty that have come into the championship before that aren't able to replicate it. That's okay. Kyle Murphy right now needs to recognize he doesn't need to go score 21 goals, right? They just need him to start picking some off here and there to help get this team over the hump, because to Anthony Pulis' credit coming in, he said before this night started, yeah, there's been a bunch of draws. We probably haven't been consistent enough. We're only 7 points back of Louisville. You mentioned 6 of the playoff line. 7, you could also look back and go, at Pittsburgh, if we finish that one chance, there's 3 points. If we get the 1 goal on the road at Tulsa, now all of a sudden you're at 6. And think about the difference in terms of talking points between Louisville and Miami FC.
And if they got wins in both occasions, they'd have had a chance tonight to get to second place. Instead, a win here tonight would move them right up with Tampa Bay. And for Miami, they know what lies in store. The Rowdies are due to come south to Miami next weekend. Well, this weekend. Time flies. And then they get that stretch off before they welcome LA and head to Indy the week of July 4th. Pino stretching this out. Approaching the 90-minute mark. That's what's coming up for Miami, hosting the Rowdies, then LA. They'll go away to Indy, away to Pittsburgh, and then host Charleston. Some really important games there. The Rowdies right by their side in the standings. Couple teams above, couple teams below. Unless we forget, Devin, head-to-head now matters.
Yeah.
Every team actually plays every other team in the conference twice, home and home. First of 4 minutes of stoppage time. Parks. And that's insult to injury for Parks. Rebellon making his way up.
Yeah, this is Romeo Parks up over the backside of Brian Rebellon. Rebellon doing a good job using his body as he cuts it back here. Just watch the arm. Starts to reach back through, handing out hugs, knocks him on the back of the head. Referee's got it the entire way. Romeo Parks quickly realizing that he didn't have support. The run late by Othello Ba. And Anthony Pulis will be wanting more once again in a tale of two halves where they looked pretty impressive for about, let's say, 30 minutes overall. Better portion certainly in the first half, and in the second with changes, some of the attrition coming into play. The opportunities in front of goal, few and far between, while Indy 11 and Mark Lowry weathered the storm, both literally and figuratively, and have definitely been the aggressor here in the second half.
$100 ticks to go. Palacio steps over. Is there a winner here late in Miami? Miami scored in the 15th minute, just at the conclusion of a 2-hour lightning delay. Asante, handled by Sparrow. Indy responded in the 55th minute. Ball recovered as Sante rolls back. Ingram did well to win it. Change for Indy 11. Rodney Michael places Nicky Law.
Your attention, please. Substitution for Indy 11. Leading the game is number 27, Nicky Law. Replaced by number 19, Rodney Michael.
Ball forward for Murphy. Ball pinged outside by Akinyoti. Akinyoti in front, Parks. Below is offside. And that'll likely take us to the end. In a night where it appeared like 7 and 6 could separate in the Eastern Conference, a 1-1 match at Ricardo Silva Stadium in Miami. Referee gives this a look. And a free kick given. Well, time's of the essence here. Everybody should be getting forward except for the goalkeeper.
It's a little bit of a gift with the referee extending the match here.
There was a sub in stoppage time at 93:10.
I'm not exactly sure that it stretched this long. One wonders.
Aiden Stanley. Can Miami win it on the last kick of the game? Stanley bouncing down and away. And that is full time. Miami and Indy suffer through a 2-hour lightning delay. Miami scores shortly thereafter, but Indy responds in the 55th. It finishes square, 1 goal apiece, 1 point apiece in Miami.
It's got to be pretty fair overall, given the performances that you've gotten between the two teams, Mike. Good news for Indy 11 is that they've scored in 11 straight games. The bad news is they've only got 2 shutouts in that time frame, one against Hartford Athletic and the other one more recently against Red Bull 2. You just got to stop conceding. Good job working their way back into this match. Nice point on the road. Lowry will be happy about that. And again, the tail of the tape for Miami FC. It's Groundhog Day for Anthony Pulis. Tale of 2 halves. Couldn't produce on either side of the whistle.
Miami 1, Indy 1. Tonight's broadcast presented by Helbiz. We wrap it up after this.
Some people think Miami is just flamingos and palm trees.
And hell yes, we have badass sunsets.
But Miami's Little Havana,
Doral,
Little Haiti,
Hialeah,
Wynwood, Coconut Grove,
Kendall,
Calle Ocho,
Sweetwater,
Homestead,
cortaditos y coladas
empanadas y croquetas.
is so much more. This is the 305.
This is who we really are. This is what we are all about.
I am Latino.
I'm a disruptor.
I am LGBTQ.
I am a villain.
I am a mother.
I am Haitian.
I'm an athlete.
I am an activist.
I am a king.
I am American Dream.
I am the future.
I am
AFC.
Welcome back. We thought it was moving day. That is apparently not the case. 6, 7, 8 all playing in unison. And as of now, they all appear poised to accept a point. Miami 1, Indy 1. Mike Watts, Devin Kerr to wrap this one up here in Miami. Highlights brought to you by HellBiz Live. We begin in the 15th minute of play. This was after the 2-hour extended lightning delay. This is 30 seconds or less out of the locker room.
They started quick, and the confidence did not need to build because lightning struck immediately after the weather delay in the form of Lamar Walker to Christian Sorto on the back post. Saw it twice in 15 minutes. 50% of the time, it works every time, and Miami FC is out 1-0. The creative options, they continue to come. But as their manager says, we have to be more efficient. We have to set our guys up for success, giving them high-quality options. That wasn't necessarily the case, Mike, after the first goal.
Well, Miami had their chances to get a second. They didn't take advantage, so Aguilera plays it through. Pino clinical.
I like this kid, Raul Aguilera, man. The spin-off, the move, the little cutback across. He gets both defenders to commit to him. Even with the late run coming all the way from the left-hand side of Aiden Stanley, it's too little, too late, and Indy got it to 1-1.
And late in this game, Asante denied by Sparrow. Sparrow really wasn't busy for 60 minutes. He made some big saves late.
Yeah, this is a difficult one because of the deflection. The ball's moving, and he's got to recover. I liked how Solomon Asante started and finished the match. He needed his counterpart, Nicky Law, to do the same thing and balance this thing out. You really only saw a couple of looks. They were a bit predictable in some of their builds. The middle of the field, excellent for Indy 11, especially on the defensive front as the game went on to push away some of these attacks.
Devin, we played for an hour and a half, and we sat for 2 hours. Any final thoughts?
Unfortunately, you kind of saw the writing on the wall coming in. This felt like a 1-1 game because of all the injuries and all the personnel that were unavailable to these teams. Anthony Pulis will be frustrated that they couldn't go and get another goal. Happy with the point. Mark Lowry, with the poor start, will be happy that they were probably the better team overall, and it is a good point on the road.
So Christian Sorto opens the scoring. Stefano Pino rescues the point for Indy 11. Thanks for checking out our crib. For Devin Kerr and our entire team, Mike Watts saying so long from Miami.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League Championship cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the expressed written consent of the United Soccer League Championship.